Alright. I should be good to move on. Nothing pops up. So... God, we're in a pickle with this case, aren't we? May 11th. 3 p.m. What do I do now? Can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright! Albie, I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now? I'm worried about that too. But right now... I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sadmadi. Yes? This dagger. It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zealot, right? At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. The two murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you in any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have a point there. I wish I knew what to do. Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafa? Oh, I see you again. A dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murderer under the Defense Culpability Act. I see she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. I'm in no mood to take joy in your suffering. Dude, my hair. Dude, what the hell was wrong with my hair? Okay, there we go. For I was unable to defeat you. I had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. I guess that answers my question. Have I misunderstood the voice of the Matama yet again? This cannot be! All I did was defend my client. I can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence? Your benevolence. Oh, barbed head. I thought you'd already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow. But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Investigate all you want. I care not. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act Might do something desperate, like forge evidence. What's this? If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know. Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point. Barbed head. Yes? I know what happened yesterday. You penetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. What? Huh? That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course. That is the only explanation. Sure. I was just trying to cheer her up, now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with the foreign devil. But your benevolence. It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. Now then. Seeing the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Okay. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. I think someone would be killed here. A place devoted to prayer. A body outline and flowers? Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today. There's the different one right there. As the High Priest's disciple, Acolyte Zealot was utterly devoted to his training. First the High Priest, and now his devoted disciple. My FA will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this. How? What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your lawyer ilk are so reviled. Hey, Mr. Wright. Emma! It's that detective from your country again. It's the princess. You seem displeased that I'm here. Oh, no. Don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya. It's not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. And if I had just done mine... Mr. Wright, but it's no use crying over spilled milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. Gladly, I'll help you in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not. You're talking to a professional here. Let's see, how about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure. The victim is Purai Zelot. He was the High Priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up. So during the High Priest's murder trial. That's right. Apparently he had been praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion. Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes. This is a picture of Mr. Zelot's body. That dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped. Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done. But the victim remained bent over in prayer, and when they went to check on him, they discovered he was dead, right? Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the high priest. No shit! In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. But Maya was up there. And the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the high priest. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the high priest, and then stabbed Mr. Sellet with the same dagger. Circumstantial evidence does not point to Maya. It does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? He apparently died instantly from the dagger and was left thrust into his upper back. Here's the autopsy report. Cause of death was a spinal cord injury from being stabbed in the upper back by a bladed weapon. Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, barbed head, out with it. Oh, so the princess of the spirit medium kingdom is interested in forensic science? I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it will be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. You're one to talk! There's something silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Sadmati holds forensics in high regard. Now see? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination seance. But it is. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. Emma, I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her? I guess I have to now. Okay. There are many ways to estimate the time of death, but the most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed head, present your forehead now. What? Why? You feel just a little over 95 degrees. Seems you're not dead yet. Of course I'm not! It was but a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking. I fail to see the humor in any of this. Were there any witnesses? With so many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness. How's that even possible? Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally. Oh, right. The back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer they didn't see or hear anything. I can't believe this. What you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains there were no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger. Sadly, yes. Could you tell me more about the murder weapon? The killer used Varbad dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled on the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not? Yes, they were. With such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt. Not so fast. What about a motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. What did the police think about this matter? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. So you say, but let us now hear what the police think about the matter. The police believe Maya is the Lady Kira figure who has been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was the disciple of the High Priest who turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel, and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that is how the police currently view this crime. There's no way Maya is that Lady Kira vigilante. I agree on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. I really blew it in court today. Okay. Acolyte Zealot died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that that would have been very difficult, considering the position he was in. He was killed in a prayer pose. With his head bent over like that, the last thing he saw must have been his rug. It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul. It's strange that there are no bloodstains, though. It really isn't, though, because the blade was still in it, so he wouldn't have been bleeding. Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze, or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment. It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. So these flowers were left here in memory of Acolyte Zealots. What are they called? They are known as Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. It seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. Let's check out this thing. This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence? What does it say here? The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude. If you must know, it says, at the usual spot, bring grub. Key 2. That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I've ever seen. I wonder if it's even a prayer. Okay. That message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there's to see around here. You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up? No, I'm not calling it quits yet. I'm not giving up until Maya is found guilty. Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Emma? I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you're done here, Detective. Otherwise, I will report you to prosecutors at body for dereliction of duty. I'm going. Well, see you later, Mr. Wright. And good luck. I should really pay a visit to everyone and every place connected with this case. need to speak to Maya. Oh, I can't actually talk to Maya. Nice. Guess the only place is the High Priest's house. Hello, I'm sorry to bother you again, but... Oh, it's you. Barbed head, you are not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Belieb, are you? She lost her beloved husband, and now Acolyte Zealot, who is like a son to her. Of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say. Very well. But then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Mrs. Inmi. That probably means she isn't a rebel. Is this about poor Parai? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that right now. But what about Maya? She's innocent. Maya? I heard she was found guilty. First my dear husband, and now Parai? Mrs. Inmi, you don't really believe that Maya's the killer, do you? I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do? The verdict was already reached in your husband's case. But the truth of the matter is yet to be found. How can you be so sure? Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That is all I have right now. My faith in her. So please, help me understand what happened. So you're defending her based solely on faith? Even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused? That's right. Alright then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Belieb? Or is it Belieb? My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Koreanism. As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya Fei's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. How did Acolyte Zealot end up living here as your husband's disciple? About 2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across Pariah collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought him here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear? And he'd been living here ever since? About 2 years ago. It's around the same time Maya arrived in Korean. Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as a disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family too. I see. If this is where Acolyte Zealot lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. I already know this. Okay, so can we still examine this? We can. Wait, there's something on the... Oh, is that right? Look, I'm not doing this for fun, really. Doesn't look like there's anything else of interest in there. What is this scary looking spike? We already know this. Pictures of the Queen and her husband, the Justice Minister of Korean. Yes, my mother and my father. What do you think? Do they not possess an awe-inspiring air? Oh, terrifying is more the word I would use. Well? Yes, they are very awe-inspiring. A photo of the High Priest, his wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. Maya, you're so cute. And Maya's in it. It must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Mrs. Inmi about it. To think that this would be their final family photo. That's no good. That no good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the two men, whom she would soon kill. I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof she didn't kill them. That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it. I'll prove Maya's smile is the real deal. And she'll smile again. She will smile again. What is that? Okay. Is there nothing else? Okay, I guess not. Wait. I already checked this out. Yeah, I already checked this out. Okay. Oh, I don't want to move. I want to talk to you. I should percent instead. I thought the talk option would pop up, so I thought. Okay, let's present some evidence. Can I ask you about this photo? It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held. Feast of Blessings? Ow. Would you mind telling me a little more about it? This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings. The Feast of Blessings? Yes, it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite. So the day before is performed. So the day before it's performed, we enjoy dishes full of gingle, an herb known to strengthen the body and mind. You love the gingle-based dishes I make. Didn't you, dear? Gingle. I heard you can go there 3 days. Go 3 days without sleeping after eating some. Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite, and only between noon and 3 p.m. It's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong? A very good guess, indeed. It is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcome the next day. Wow, is it really that strong? Come to think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint. Ooh, that might be what the incense is. After the Feast of Blessings, Parai went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. I never thought that would be the last time I would see him. What was Maya doing at the time? Shortly after Parai left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that. So Acolyte Zealot went out to pray the afternoon before the rite. According to the newspaper, on the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold, the whole place was iced over. Bri always prayed a lot. Far more than anyone I have ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. I don't know why, but that's kinda intimidating to me. I thought I'd have made some progress by now. but I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here. You seem disappointed. Mrs. Inmate, is there anything else you could tell me? Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer... Barbed head. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you. You have paid a visit to all of the people and places connected to this case. I think it is about time you prepare yourself for the inevitable, don't you? We can still talk to Maya. Talk to those related to the incident. Okay, we can talk to Maya, right? Yeah. Maya sure looks tired. So sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today. I'm sorry too, Nick. Never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too, and you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe you'll even commute your sentence if you do. I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow. It's not like I don't believe in you, it's just... Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see. Okay. You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence. It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you to a good talk before you depart from this world. Sorry, but we're not giving up yet. And we won't till the bitter end. There is no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of my FA. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her. Wait. Is that her attempt at comforting me? Barbed head, further assistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that is passed upon you. She obviously doesn't know me very well. Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted, and... Hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that? Maya, what are you... What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come to no... No, it won't! Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He is defending his client, no matter what. Enough! There is no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. For we had the divination seance. But your insights were wrong! Ooh boy, that's gotta hurt. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Your Priestess, what is your true duty? To the victim's souls... Do the victim's souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? You dare bring Her Holiness's name into this? You know nothing, you phony baloney. Please, you two, enough already. Sorry, Nick. I got a little carried away. Go off, Maya, because I hate this bitch, so... That's not really like me, huh? No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner. How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was fooled to try to show you compassion, and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. Because my fate is not sealed. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts, as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you. I can see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. It doesn't excuse her behavior. It doesn't. I'm sorry. It doesn't excuse her behavior. At all. Could you try to remember what happened one more time? I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the right onward. Oh right, you suddenly felt sleepy. Felt sleepy, and everything after that's blank. Even so, I didn't kill anyone. And I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it's kind of cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there. Right. Were you a close Acolyte Zealot? We met several times during the meetings about the Rite, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet. Didn't you eat together the day before the Rite? Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know the salty noodles at Evelyn's Noodles? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, and then let it simmer for a really long time. Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point. Now I miss ramen too. So what was Acolyte Zealot's like while you were eating? He seemed to be enjoying the food. But as soon as we were done, he left to go pray. And what did you do? Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite. That coincides with Mrs. Inmy's description of events? Yeah, you should use that as evidence. Hello? Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira? When the rite started, it was just me and Abbott and me. But the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira. I know. Lady Kira. I wish I could have seen her in the flesh. Yeah. Let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum. Ah, but what if she came from the sky? You know, like that bushy-bearded paratrooper. That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings. That's from the Plumed Punisher's TV show, right? How do you know? Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings. Oh, I've got it this time. There must have been a secret room with a secret door at their inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plumed Punisher bases here in Karayan? Can we please stop talking about the Plumed Punisher show for a sec, Maya? I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks. Well, I should get going now. Sorry I wasn't any help. Don't worry. I've got this. We'll beat the charges tomorrow and be in the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at Eldune's. Or your favorite burger joint, you pick. Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large hamburger steak topping on my salty bowl. Best of both worlds. You can have whatever you like. But first, I have to beat the charges. Ah, I almost forgot! What is it? I have a favor to ask. Okay, but why are you whispering? I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting it and holding it onto it for me? Sure. So what's the super important thing? In my bag, you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets. That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? It explains all the whispering. Rafa found out, all heck would break loose. Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops! Don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret. Tome of Secrets contains secrets? Imagine that. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it. We're up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you. Maya, you're so cute. So I go to the High Priest's house again. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. This enemy's probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came for. I'm watching you like a barbed head. You'd better not steal anything. I would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what I ask for. And get on with it. I would if you'd stop interrupting me. Ah, here's my ass bag. What is that strange patch on her bag? It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it. I see. You look strikingly similar to the Blue Punisher. You're similar, but the Steel Samurai definitely came first. I see. How interesting. Rafa seems genuinely intrigued. There must be a common thread between the Flume Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. Come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Flume Punisher fan? But I digress. I'd better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that Tome of Secrets that Maya was talking about. Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now? Hold on a second. The string around it is coming undone. Whoops. Oh. Ah, you fool! Do not lay eyes on it! Put it away, quickly, before you go blind! Relax, my hand just slipped. This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge her eyes out. Oh, right. This book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Your Benevolence, would you mind if I ask you some questions? This is not something I would normally speak about an outsider such as you. Ugh, I can't talk. Oh, can't you make an exception? If you insist. Nina. What if this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rite. Very important? What's written inside? Yes, I see. Really? Is it alright to reveal that? Your Benevolence? Patience. The book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true name? Is a name really that important of a secret? To a Corindus priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know. Well, yeah, but, like, why would you keep it secret? What's so important about a name? Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a Prince Mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. Spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name. Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize but you don't know their name. It makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed. You must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It is the same for Kyrainism's most secret art. One that my mother alone may use. The Kirine spirit channeling technique. The Queen has a secret art? It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess. Well, I could, but yeah. In Kyrainism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the Queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants me to tell me about it. Could you tell me about the secret art of the Queen you spoke of? Come again? Oh, sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? It is the secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words are meaningless to you. Sure. I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique. Third-rate is a bit harsh. I'd even settle for second. What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face. What the heck is a tentacled hag frog? Spirit channeling? That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body to return to our world, right? Well now, I see you have done your homework. Oh, I guess I studied a bit. With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not? I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times. Indeed. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense a gap in time. Between the moment of its death and the moment of it is channeled? Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded, and now we have maintained our unique culture. So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics. It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. The fools came seeking the same power as my mother. Illegal immigrants? Yes, it is because it is becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and look to Koreanism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who have been driven from their own lands. Dubious nature? Driven from their own land? Gasp in pain definitely fit that bill. But they sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Can you channel spirits, your benevolence? I am but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the limit of my ability. So her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's. You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you? Don't be ridiculous. It is written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop. The divination seance was once used of the important roles fulfilled by the queen. It is what my mother taught me when I was little. So the queen can perform the dance of devotion? That'd be a sight to see. What was the dance of devotion again? Someday I will be a powerful priestess and a queen, just like my mother. And the divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day. Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence. You shall see. It will not be long before I too master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unites her people for the greater good of Rite. Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. It looks like she actually has something in common with Maya. Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than to stand here and talk about spirit channeling. That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case, as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the queen is a spirit medium... Are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira? I guess she saw that one coming. Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rite, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace. Of course. My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Khura'in would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third-rate. Another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there, after him. Don't let him escape. Where's all that racket? What? An escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town? Escaped prisoner? You mean that guy with the bushy beard? There's no reason to panic. Police are on his trail. He's no longer a suspect. But he might know something, considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look. Wait! Ow, my aching back. I forgot how badly I'd injured it. Ow, I need to do some stretching and exercise more when I get back home. Ah, Mr. Wright. Hey, Albie. That's Arevalo. Have you seen it? Oh, you alright, sir? 1 second. Have you seen that escaped prisoner around here? Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area. He disappeared in this area? He couldn't have taken to the air again, could he? Barbed head. I told you to wait! It's too dangerous for you around here, your benevolence. Mr. Arabelle could be lurking nearby. What sort of a princess would I be if all it took to was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? Hey Albie, what's this cow-like animal? It's a yak. They carry heavy loads and provide milk. They're indispensable partners in our daily lives. Interesting. Hey, they're kind of cute up close. Oh, and they're also priced for their meat. You know, the meat you enjoyed so much last night. Oh, partner must mean something else here. The gate to Temple. And at the top of those stairs is my home away from home. Just looking at them is making my back ache. This is a really popular bun shop here in Khura'in. Ooh, they even sell Nagataman. Let's see, 1 Magataman, $15. Wait a second. Albie, weren't you selling them for $20 a piece? The extra $5 is a service fee. He's quite the shrewd businessman. Look at all these vegetables. Let's see. There's Gyapam, Kunuro, and Sabas. They're all freshly picked this morning. I've never heard of any of them. Maybe I'll buy some to see what they taste like. You want some too, Albie? My treat. Really? Thank you, sir. I'll take some of this, and this. Oh, and this too. Albie, that's quite a lot you've got there already, don't you think? But this is barely enough for a side dish. I hope I brought enough money. Allow me to explain. This bird is known as a varwald. It's only found here in Khura'in. Oh right, the bird Lady Kira based herself on. It's a really beautiful bird. Tourists must love it. They usually do. There's just one thing about it that's kind of hit or miss. Its usually cry derives. Its unusual cry derives children cheers. It can even make some adults collapse in fear. Maybe they should keep such a fearsome creature in less crowded areas. I can't read the sign, but this looks like a souvenir shop. It's too bad I don't have time to do some shopping right now. But I'll have to stop by here before I go back home. I'm sure everyone's expecting something. Especially Trucy. Yeah. It's a poster. It looks like some kind of Chinese superhero. Why do all superheroes look the same, regardless of where they come from? I'm not a Koreanist, but maybe if I prayed with all my might, the Holy Mother will help me. Who am I kidding? I have to figure out how to solve this case by myself. I look a little haggard in my reflection. It's like the water's showing me how I feel on the inside. Wait, what am I doing? I have to stay strong, especially for Maya. I can hear the monks' prayers all the way over here. Maybe the Holy Mother would answer mine if I slipped in with her theirs. Here goes. Please let me save Maya Fey. Okay. You must clean my room. Hey, that's not so bad. All 30 of them. Forgive me for leaving you behind, your benevolence. Okay, that's gonna be nothing. Have you noticed anything around here? I haven't seen the escaped prisoner. But I did notice how slow you run, sir. It's just the high elevation. I'm out of breath before I know it. The police said the escaped prisoner vanished right around here. There aren't any real good hiding places, so where could he have gone? Maybe he melted into the crowd. You should be careful, your benevolence. You need not tell me that. I'm not a child after all. You are. You're 14. Okay, okay. Dude, what am I looking for? Oh, right there. That manhole cover. It's open. Whoa, what is it, Shadow? Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder. Could Shadow track Mr. Arbol if he had something with Rebel scent on it? I don't know. I feel like I've got something with Mr. Rebel scent on it. Something he might have touched. Here, Shadow. How about this? Hope it works. I think he's picked up the scent. You mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit? By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy. So cute. Your benevolence, I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here. Wait. Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you were so worried about. That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there. Oh, you're worried about me? No. I was simply wondering why you would go to such length in your investigations. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence. I'm doing this to prove Maya innocent. But how can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She's already been found guilty. Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see. Okay. I believe in her. She says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do. You lame brain. Do what you will. Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow. Fuck her. So much. I hate her. I hate her with every fiber of my body. Be careful. Wait, come back here. It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Ow, ow. What happened? I went down to the manhole and then... Oh, you finally came to. I'd remember that face anywhere. And that dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels. There can be no mistake. It's him. That's a rebel. Yikes. Sorry I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? Ooh, I thought he was going to kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple. But not right now. What is this place? This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. But right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office this is exactly? A law office, what else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, just like you. Crime's public enemy #1 is an ex-lawyer. Didn't see that coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. So I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, then slip out of Karine. Wait a second. You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will you? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyerman, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Terrorist in me and his acolyte Zealot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. Don't know if it'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... I wonder how true that really is. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the Inner Sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with the murder, I meant it. Okay then. Where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already dawn. I must have been out cold the entire time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all? You got that right. Then why did you say you did when you testified? Oh, about that. Since I didn't remember a thing, I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lies cost me? Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. He doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of the crime, but you weren't involved. Got it. So Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep. He was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was the juggernaut of the law, and as mighty as the dragon. He could strike terror into a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You gotta be kidding me. And most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused, no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is that what you mean by the will of the dragon? Yep, that would be it. Actually, your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up, no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Guys as big, as strong as me, got even bigger appetites, you know? But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Sorry if I offended you. But first, let me start with an appetizer. Where's he getting all those apples from? Wanna join me, Mr. Lawyer? I got plenty of sewer lizards too. Wait, the apple just disappears. Is this a law book? A dragon mark's been branded into the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really? The leader of the rebels? That's Dirk? That's right. And that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages in this one section are all dirty. Must be the section on the Defense Culpability Act. He must have done a ton of research on the DCA. He practically wore out the entire section. Incense and white flowers. Flowers are still fresh. They must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Orwell? Something wrong with the flowers? Oh no. It's just a traditional thing here in Karine. Hey, don't mind. There's a knife driven deep into a photo of the Queen. I guess the rebels really hate her. Better remember to stay on their good side. This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. Here's Here's one that looks really old. That's Apollo! Wow, this was taken about 20 years ago. Those are Dirk's sons. Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center? He doesn't look so evil. And both of his sons look kind of familiar. Yeah! The one on the left is Yuri. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Submati. Prosecutor Submati is Dirk's son? That he is. Yuri was once a rebel too. He used to really respect this old man. Both as a lawyer and as a father. Then why did he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On the account of the Defense Capability Act, right? Yeah, that's why Yuta decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. I would have never guessed it, looking at him now. You can say that again. Dirk is battling to change Karine's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yuta was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Garen one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Dirk's been beside himself, so he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. What about the other child in the photo? It's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. His name is Apollo. Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet. It really is Apollo. He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. I imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Ha! Yes, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Rarebold description really just doesn't do Apollo justice. Ha! Apollo, I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. He never lost that loud voice, though. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please wait, I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the Inner Sanctum in the first place? Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. That high priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. You should have tried hightailing it out of Karina like I'm doing. Ah, Cyclops. What exactly are you trying to do? Trying to hide, Mr. Herbal? Huh? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. Just have to use my Bagatama on him then. Take that! I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? More precisely, what were you trying to do there? You can keep asking, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. Ow. That high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How can you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Do you even care about what happened to him? Nope. I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. You should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Garen regime. Hang on. Do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the high priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. Beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel a thing. Take that! heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Karain. High Priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well... Those flowers don't mean anything, it's just the Karaini's way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that your mourning is death? You're reading into this too much. I told you, I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. And tomorrow I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. And how exactly do you plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? They brought this food for you at your request. So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Royman, I admit it. I requested the grub. But I was just taking advantage of them, that's all. What do you mean? With my face plastered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a piece of and a place to hide. I was gonna kiss this kingdom and get goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I can tell it just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn on inside of you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames of revolution still burn on inside you.
Take that! Take that!
Dirk's lawbook? I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded on the cover. This mark that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah, so what of it? You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you no longer were a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves that you're still a rebel. Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart around your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in.
Take that!
When a person's back is against a wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? I am. No, I wouldn't. No? No, because I wouldn't be much use to my client's dead. Now admit it. You've never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? The look in your eyes. It's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside of you, too. I had planned to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the Royals. But I think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like I said, I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner, and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm going to keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. Secret hideout? Yep, I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. But the town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give out? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make a contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is it? What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. This orb is a key? Yep, plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. And being that it's super secret, we couldn't have just any ordinary key. I see. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks. Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother in arms fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Maya's suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Beats me, but whoever she is, she's bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk, framing you for crimes? Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think of what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you for just sympathizing with the rebellion. So they resort to framing people for things they didn't do. And that Lady Kira figure is, yep, she's just some lickspittle working for the Garen regime. Wow. Ha! Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve. So I'd watch it right if I were you. Because you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. So he was talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Exactly. The Garen regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think. Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'd probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Our goal? To get rid of that evil, no-good Defense Capability Act. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's lawbook. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked. and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began. It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but... The official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling you. He was? Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Khura'in. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. Significance of the divination... we heard. They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act? You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean like what I've been doing? Right. It's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess' insights are just another piece of the evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yep. The insights became the only truth, and arguing against them was banned. As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I gleaned thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. From what I've seen, Rafa would agree with that. This kingdom is a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals used the fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against? Yep. All we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. So that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the Fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's not about. You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See you when I see you. Alley-oop. Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. Phew, I finally got out of there. Mr. Wright, I'm so glad you're okay. I was worried about you. Shadow, what happened to him anyway? He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry it wasn't much help. Well, did you find anything out of worth? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. I must have been at cult for a while. I figured as much. I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Rebel was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. So his house. But the key is right there in the photo, dude. Okay, useless info. Barbed head, you already searched here, did you not? Oh, I just thought I'd look around again, you know, in case I missed something. I probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. You have a saying back home, leave no stone unturned. Huh? Oh, yes. You cannot stop me. I know that one. Actually, I don't have a clue is written all over your face. It has to be that there's something here, right? Okay, never mind. It's a statue of a bird. I should take a closer look later. Why does it say later? Hey, this eye is missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Sorry. That shape. I wonder.
Take that!
I knew it. What? She must be at a loss for words. And that doesn't happen too often. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head. I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. I'm shocked there's a secret door here. I imagine that goes double for Rafa. A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum? Somebody will pay for this. Well, for now, I think I'll have a closer look around. Wait, you must not enter before the police. Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. Or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see... Fine. Just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police. Of course. Now, shall we? I will go no further. Oh, right. You're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles. Very good, Bardhead. I commend you for remembering. Oh, well, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her? I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I will be watching you like a warbad from the entrance here. I told you I'm not doing anything. I better hurry before she changes her mind. I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water. That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. But what about that Varbad revolving door? Oh, I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect the sacred place. To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space. It's a desecration of Pankarayanism itself. The defiant dragon shall pay for this. I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset, but the investigation must go on. Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission. Raven's really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Now, to search every nook and cranny. Barbed Head, just because it is hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things. I heard you the first time. Sheesh. Here we go. I'm gonna kick some butt. So this is the water source that supplies to intersect the spring. Close, there's a channel built in the floor and we're running outside. Lady Kira uses this sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body. It's also not red like the water in the spring. A large stone slab, shaped like a magatama. It looks rather unstable. I bet it'd tip over in an earthquake. Huh? What's that earthy grass-like smell? It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone. Oh, so this shaggy green stuff is moss. It looks like some sort of moss, but about halfway up it's been disturbed. I wonder why that is. Whoa! The slab's starting to wobble. What is happening? What have you done? Nothing! All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable, probably best not to touch it again. There's blood down there. There's a plumed Punisher calendar here. Ah, now I understand. Villains in the plumed Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have aroused their ire against Lady Kira. I doubt that's it. The statue door rotates when you pull this chain. I see. Then you must shut the door and destroy its mechanism. That will deprive the insurgents of access to this place. But wouldn't that trap me in here? Not to worry, I would come visit you once a year. She's actually serious. Or about the clock? Look! What is it, Barbed Head? It's a plumed Punisher clock. I believe it's a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the plumed Punisher theme every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head. She snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rafa is definitely a huge fan. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right... It's a Plume Punisher theme song. Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be Plume Punisher fans. It may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. Blood right there. What's this? A bloodstain? I should probably try to figure out what happened right here. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive. The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like these. I know. It has to be on the stone itself as well, right? Okay, never mind. Okay, there's no blood. What? Oh, right there. Dude, I can't find anything. What? Where am I supposed to pray? Oh. This is a huge bloodstain. Something big must have happened here. Perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed in there from under the Wright statue. There was definitely a lot of blood here. It's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Oh right, luminol reactions don't show up in photos, so I'll just have to take some notes. That should do it. I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because of the warbed revolving door passed over it? Okay, so the water outside was red because the killing that happened in here. Weapons, and lots of them too. We're lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbed Head. Oh, thanks. If the rebellion ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred place? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once. Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything? This is an exception. Very well. If you will not do it, then I will. But your benevolence. I thought you were not supposed to come in here. Okay, sorry. That was my brother. He was gonna leave, so I had to say bye. Okay, so we have, for once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working in my favor. Hmm? There's something under the banner. Microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? Can I not look at the microphone then? What? What does it say? It is an order intended for that rebel named Dats. It reads, after the Rite, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume. and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk. 23 years ago? He was meaning the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand. This will not do. I must warn my mother at once. No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and the abbot in me is no longer able to aid the rebels. I knew that. Well, I think that covers about everything here. Mr. Wright, you shouldn't have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Her benevolence can attest to that. It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work much faster and more efficiently. Well, you're only one person. Sorry. Well, Barbed Head, have you not already seen enough? I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way! I do not understand, Barbed Head. What don't you understand? Why did you not commit any misdeeds during your investigation? After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose. If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around. What is it? Prosecutor said Madi has need of me. What's going on? I must go perform a divination seance for Pere Selot. It is our custom for the prosecutions to review its contents before the trial begins. I see. Third time will be the charm. My insight will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow. And I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. Looks like the royal priestess is back with a vengeance. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, your benevolence. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow. Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Especially without any solid evidence. Okay, what is... I hate my hair, dude. It's like... I gotta... At this length, you can't, like, tie it up. I can't tie it up and I can't put it out of the way of my face, so... Why don't we go over everything you know so far? Alright, let's see here. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the Rite with Lady Kira's dagger. And Maya's fingerprints were found on it. That doesn't sound very good. I know, it's the definition of being up to a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed the meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Karine. None of that sounds very helpful. Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister. What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence. Albeit, that sounds like something a rebel might say. It does? But if that Lady Kira really is one of Minister Inga's subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya. Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. There was a blood stain inside, but I don't know if or how it's connected to this case, though. Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum? That would be a huge hit with tourists. This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that hideout could be important to your case. Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Ah! Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence. I'll just pray something appears during tomorrow's trial. Princess Raifa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help. The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused. Not always. Right, it's like Durek used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure out sometimes, sir. Divination seances worked both ways before the DCA. It's only now that the people of Karine find it strange. Mr. Wright? I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow. Thanks, I can't afford to lose this next one. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Raifa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. Let's go. Dude, this is the best episode so far. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her. Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I? It doesn't matter, I'm on this case till the bitter end. I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help. You got it, Maya. Let's do it. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Plume Punisher, right? You bet. You look as if you did not sleep last night, Barbed Head. It's written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that? I'm all fired up and ready to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Raifa doesn't seem in the best spirits herself. Go ahead, feign confidence now while you're still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day. Guess it was just my imagination. Ready, Nick? Okay, Maya, let's head on in. Now then, if everyone is ready, the defense is ready, Your Majesty. Prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. Oh, No prayers this time, Prosecutor Sabati? I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder, let us hasten this trial so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. I cannot agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the high priest. What the? And today she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Pariah Zealot. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly. The accused has now slain two of the most devout clergymen in Koreanism. Even the lowest level of hell, full of tickling, would not be punishment enough. Then, what terrible fate awaits her? Fuck you. Algipogon, hell. A realm of eternal agony. There shall we suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galuna Primitum. Furthermore, my blood runs cold at the mere thought such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue, minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was the high priest's disciple, Pariah Zealot. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home. I had met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rites. It's a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The Warba dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. The Warba dagger, laid a curious weapon of choice. We have already established that the accused's prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself. No, I didn't do it! Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused, Maya Fey, is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense care to respond? The accused is innocent, and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? The accused's fingerprints were on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. But... well, once her benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Your Majesty, might I have a word? He's not gonna let the seance be performed, is he? Is there something the matter, Prosecutor Sadbati? It is about the divination seance. Your benevolence. Stop right there, Prosecutor Sadmati. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was that all about? Hardhead, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees. I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. Only problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is that we can glean from the seance vision of Rafa's insights. Very well. Divination seance, if you'd please, your benevolence. Yes. Let us begin. Naina.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
I'm gonna skip this. It's such a long cutscene. It was cool the first time, but the second time it was kind of boring. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence, what in the world? I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail. That means it's not the same person that died. Hello? Just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. Come to think of it, I must go perform a divination seance for Perizilot. It is our custom for bleh. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Call of Justice. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. I'm not doing anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafa, what are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I'm fully capable of proving the accused's guilt, with or without the divination seance. You never fail to impress, Prosecutor Sabmati. This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired. So shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on the accused's crimes. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, my FA, is innocent. The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick? Maya, please. You're not helping. How dare you? The voice of a Matama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance? No, of course not. He saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Sabmati suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, you will not forget this, barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me. Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective would please come up to the stand, we may begin. Time for testimony! Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Sky, I understand how you wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all. But you must let them go and move on. But there is only one way to save them now, by giving their souls the chance to burn away in the taint of their sins in the infernal flames. Oh, I can't do this. No eating in the Sacred Hall of Justice. Miss Sky. Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out, eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Faye. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. The latest victim was Purai Selot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in your testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into the Acolyte Zealot, because it just might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for more information. I'm hungry. Okay.
Hold it!
What kind of person was Acolyte Zealot? According to the neighbors and others who knew him, he was a deeply devout youth. I too have heard his name mentioned as one who was a fervent practitioner. I suppose you might say he was the High Priest's star disciple. Furthermore, he had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years.
Hold it!
2 years? Are you sure about that? We took statements from his neighbors and his fellow monks. They all corroborate our initial findings. What about you, Maya? Well, when I first came here, I saw Zealot praying under the High Priest's instruction. I see. And the results of the police investigation seem to check out. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body.
Hold it!
Was Mrs. Inmy's positive ID the only way you could verify identity of the victim? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. Now, I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess used the deceased's face and true name to summon their spirits. Why, yes. That is indeed true. If he was using a forged ID and there is no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Khura'in. An illegal immigrant? Come to think of it, Rafa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday. But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who it really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time. Ugh. I had always thought that Acolyte Zealot was Kuranese. Or how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? Let's add it. This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem to be in fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, the Detective Sky, please add what you just said to your testimony. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name.
Hold it!
Isn't there some way to track down his real name? No, not if he was an illegal immigrant. Have you actually confirmed that he was in Khura'in illegally? Well, we don't have any conclusive evidence. But there was also no evidence of him being a citizen of Khura'in either. Oh boy, now what do we do? What if there's a clue in the evidence you gathered? That's probably our only hope at this point. If he really was an illegal immigrant, our proverbial goose is probably cooked. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest.
Hold it!
Maya isn't that Lady Kira who's been going around capturing rebels. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but
Objection!
that verdict was already handed down in the previous trial. It is no longer a point of dispute, and I will not allow you to make it so. But no ifs and ands, and most of all, no buts. The accused was posing as Lady Kira, and she killed Acolyte Zealot because she mistakenly believed him to be a rebel. That's not true! I'm sorry. The verdict has already been read in that case. I have to assume that it's fact now. Now what do we do? Now I know why the divination seance failed, but nothing's really changed. Yeah, which means we're in big trouble. If he really was an illegal immigrant, it's going to be really hard to find out his real name. I guess our only choice is to give up on the whole divination seance thing. If only there was some way to find out the victim's real name. Okay, I need to show the picture, I think.
Objection!
Yeah. Sorry, Detective Sky. But the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Kurainese native. And this crime scene photo proves it. It does? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Kurainese. But where? I don't see anything that would prove that. This proves the victim was Kurainese.
Take that!
Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach? I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really liked peaches? Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Kurine. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Nick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches. After the trial, Maya, right now we have bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It is not, you say? Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely, the tattoo on the High Priest's brow. This mark is only borne by members of the Kurainese clergy.
Objection!
So that is what you believe to be. But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Kurainese clergy bear. Hey, you're right. Until about 20 some odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one. That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with the mark in the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be necessary. If you seek information on the clergy, I have it all right here. Oh my, you never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? There's just one, and his name is Real Nemu. I love this theme so much, dude. It's my favorite Phoenix Wright theme, I think. Aside from the Turnabout Sisters. He became a monk 20 years ago. And that must be the victim's real name. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must have been some reason. Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. Heh. You are but digging your own grave, Defense. We won't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You're a fool, barbed head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, princess. Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence.
O
Oh,
Holy
Holy Mother,
we hold this
grant
divination seance in your name.
name.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
She does not sound 14 at all. Like, oh my. It's just as Wright surmised. Pariah Zealot wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last we have seen the victim's final moments. But all we could see was the ground. He seemed terribly disappointed. I take you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts? I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Piece of evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did? The Plumed Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during their interrogation. Hey, that's my Plumed Punisher strap! And you press the Magatama on the Plumed Punisher's belt. Wait! Maybe it's the Steel Samurai theme song. And he just thinks it was the Plumed Punisher theme. Hold on. This might be a turning point here. Okay. It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of their crime. This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye? You better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world. Maya, no! It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It is time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. That is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections... Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. That's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. You don't know when you're beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Matama of the deceased. You believe there to be errors in my insights? Then let us see you prove it. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Pattern on the plaza's ground was visible in the darkness. Then someone was there, and the theme to the Plumed Punisher filled the air. The accused held the victim down and plunged her dagger into his upper back. blade struck true, and in that instant, he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensations very carefully. Victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the theme to the Plume Punisher filled the air. Accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. Blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from the world. Okay, so someone pushed him down, probably. Or he was tired from prayer. Okay, so I think the answer is I need to disprove that actually is the Plume Punisher theme song. Do I have anything that connects to the Steel Samurai? I don't. Okay. I'm gonna try this.
Objection!
That's not... That's not it, is it? Okay. I think it's the Steel Samurai theme.
Objection!
Whatever. Yes, please. Well, you know how the victim smelled gingle? That sensation just seemed out of place. Smell of gingle, huh? Thanks, Maya.
Objection!
Uh...
Objection!
Can't find anything. Maybe?
Objection!
Was it really the night of the night of the Rite? What do you mean? It cannot be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zilot after killing the High Priest during the purification rite. Only problem is, the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at the victim's at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says gingle? Acolyte Zilot shouldn't have smelled any gingle on the night of the rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled gingle on the night of the rite.
Take that!
The High Priest's wife, believe in me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of gingle-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right. I'd completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of gingle pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m., the day before the purification rite.
That's enough!
I'm not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. Oh right, I taught her about that yesterday. Forgive me, benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. What's this? Like, if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why, I believe I've heard something of the sort before. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. Armed head, you blinded me with science. Sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for? No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with accused's prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick, changing the time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on that day, it could really help. Okay.
Objection!
It has to be that. The change in the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? Ah, you are making an irritating face again. Cease that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now, let's focus on what's important. What the victim saw in his final moments. Do you have bats in the belfry, Barbed Head? There's nothing to see. The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the Rite, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground is not visible that day.
Take that!
This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size, but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with a thick white ice the day before the Rite. What? But the victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it. The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where, otherwise your argument is worthless. About that. I hadn't gotten to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya? Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right? Yeah, right, but where could that be? I know exactly where that would be. What is it, Barbed Head? Giving up already? Not at all. Now where have I seen something green and shaggy?
Take that!
The secret hideout the rebels were using. Rebel hideout? There is no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor, anyway. Then what did the victim see in his final moments if not the floor of the rebel hideout? This is what the victim saw in his final moments.
Take that!
Ow! The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe that the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection!
It does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are the one and the same. I concur. There's no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Indeed. How did you not see the blood, dude? What the hell? Indeed. What evidence do you have of this? I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at the second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong? We thought it was the High Priest's blood that flowed in from outside, so we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once. Yes, Your Majesty. It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Pari Zealot, just like the defense claims. Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. Dude, she's doing her job! What do you... Nick, Maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for. Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it. It's full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during that rite, he was already dead. And that's not all. He was killed at the Inner Sanctum. That would explain one more thing. And that would be how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. The proof of which was left behind at the Sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was.
Take that!
Why, these are photos of the Inner Sanctum? I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot? One spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. The time was mistaken? The place too? And just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent. What of her fingerprints on the dagger, and the Plume Punisher theme the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence. I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them. Really? What's this? You say you can contradict your argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well, let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at the Rebel hideout photo. Oh. The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. The Plume Punisher theme. And how do you intend to support such a claim? Since the murder happened in the Rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. It wasn't the strap? Is this true? The item that played the Plume Punisher theme song was this.
Take that!
This is a Plume Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. I won't get anywhere unless I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No, there is one. What's this? You still claim there to be an inconsistency? Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. I hate her. So much. The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. Then someone was there, and the theme of the Punisher theme filled the air. The accused plunged her knife into the victim's neck. Blade struck true. Okay.
Objection!
It has to be that, right? Nope. Please tell me I don't have to do all that over again. Okay.
Objection!
Yeah, okay. The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. And tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree. That sense of heaviness seems very important, but there's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us? Of course. I just envisioned the state Zealot was in when he was killed. The cause of the heaviness the victim felt was... The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. Oh, the stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Right. That was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt. While your theory is impressive, you overlooked a key fact. I haven't, but I'm gonna explain that, sure. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed. Oh yeah. Or do you claim the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain? Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can't. That doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim? killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after flatfalling him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. The entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So what was the real murder weapon then? Better think of something. If the murder weapon wasn't a dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. Would the defendants care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Something that had a shape similar to the Warbat dagger. Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows who really killed the victim.
Take that!
What? What else is there? There's nothing. Oh!
Take that!
The inner sanctum's diagram? You believe the murder weapon is somewhere in the sanctum? This is what really took Rite Zealot's life.
Take that!
But that is the... A warband statue? Exactly. The warband statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life. You imbecilic fool! The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose to impale someone who was inside? Haven't you heard? The warband statue also functions as the hideout's door. What do you mean? Statue can pull a complete switcheroo. A switcheroo? Put it simply, it's a revolving door. A revolving door? But that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the warband statue was right behind him. This cannot be! But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. This is a shocking turn of events, but there's a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the warband statue was what killed the victim. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick. How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth. No, Your Benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so they can interpret your insights. But that means I've been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time? Your Benevolence, are you unwell? All the color is drained from your face. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me. As you wish. Feel kinda bad for her. Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died. Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the warband statue was thrust into him. Make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we now know. But why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was... It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right, the real killer planned all of this. That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Yeah, that's not. I didn't mean that they planned the actual murder. So... What? Like those putrid hole-riddled clumps of curds that only the rat like you could love. Your reasoning, much like your putrid hole-riddled brain, has putrefied. What's this deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is a killer. Careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the Rite. Are you serious? No, that's not possible. But Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed a stone slab toward him. We know the rest. I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life. When the high priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe prosecutor Samari has posed this compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of Lady Kira will slay the Defiant Dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the Plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too. I thought I'd finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? A groan of distress? Kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you. In doing so, finally know peace. A dead lawyer walking, indeed. And again, are not all lawyers who practice inquirine? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body, on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the Rite? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the Rite can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideouts. And the only person who was involved with the Rite had access to the sanctum. And was suspected of being a rebel is... Yep, Abbott and me. Its own disciple. Yes, except there's a huge problem. A huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. But I do. If I don't do something, Prosecutor somebody will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Puree Selot's murder.
Objection.
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. I do! No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be? I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Selot's murder is...
Take that!
It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum, and who knew of the hideout. And that would be... High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the rite. You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. What? Do I have something on my face? Wait a second. Could this actually work? Oh no, don't tell me I have some of my breakfast caught between my teeth. No, there is even this... No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as... Summon him here by means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? This is sacrilege. May the Holy Mother strike him down. I'm frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garen can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Karine. Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law to violate some religious precepts, so... I don't think we'll be punished. At least, I hope not. But this is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become the Master of Karine. We don't have any other choice, now do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming the Master of Karine. Alright, thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who's capable of channeling spirits. But even her benevolence reaches very fast by instead she has me a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen? That would be me. Is this some sort of a joke? A foreigner cannot possibly have such power. Even the royal priestess can control such a feat. Peace. Peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? Well, yes. Yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. Your benevolence. This is an outrage. Outrage, I say. First, you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling? Foreign devils, I say this should be put to death immediately. Still your voices. Barbed head, spirit channeling is the most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. Your benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling? I will judge whether the claim is true. If this is but another one of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot. Very well then. Your benevolence? What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit? Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present. Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth the dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have the Magatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power. That is a relief, indeed. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadmati? Perfectly, Your Benevolence. Very well, the accused may channel the High Priest's spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this? Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet. Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. So you're sure you're ready? Yeah. At least I think so. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training's one thing, actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If you fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead. Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training has done for me. This will be a moment you never forget. Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear Abbot Inme's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that. They are ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you. You got it. Here we go. We have received official approval for the accused to channel the spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed. Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them. Put them to death right now. Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. I have been studying here in Khura'in for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Khura'in, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Oh, she seems really confident. A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, Your Benevolence, how about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. O spirit of terrorist in me, return now to the world of the living. Yes. What is this place? Oh my. No. This cannot be. Oh good God. It's the High Priest. The accused really can channel spirits. I don't believe it. The accused spiritual power is the real deal. Go, Maya. I don't understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself. Abbot Inme. Would this be the Twilight Realm? What of this luxurious mane of hair? Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother? Or decades of faithful service? Abbot Inme? My, but if it isn't His Majesty. Have you too shuffled on off that mortal coil? Please do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. At the spirit meeting, Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Why Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling? I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full dread of hair. Though it be for the briefest moments, I give thanks for the splendid coiffure. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes. If you would excuse me. There, that is better. Could we get his testimony now? And I wish he'd kept his top on. Huh? Why, you were that foreign lawyer that people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. You have been accused of murder. I will ask you to testify on your own behalf. I have been accused of murder? It is troubling indeed. What's with that crazy pose? Is this really cause for such an astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such a body control with the proper training. Oh, I wonder if Albi will be able to do that someday. Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Pray Zealot, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. The Acolyte Zealot, he has been killed? Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you abandoned me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh dear. It's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Huh. Wow, the High Priest is amazing. I think he had mastered some advanced prayer pose. He's still worthy of our veneration, even if he is a rebel. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Oh my. Have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why didn't you, a devout priest of Cryonism, join the rebellion?
Objection.
The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, Defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, right. Emmett and me, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealots to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the Rite. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection.
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It is all coming back to me. It is as prosecutors had mighty concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to this murder correct. But what about Acolyte Zealots? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? Huh? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? It seems the testimony of the defense had been hoping for is working against him. Now it in me, your testimony, if you please. Yes, yes, of course. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Just past noon. That's right about the time Scylla was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Rafa told me about a spirit's memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense a gap in time. Between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled? Yes, and yet, it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack?
Hold it!
You use the word alibi as if it were second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Karine itself you wish to ridicule? Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please, don't take it the wrong way. It's just alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you, I know how to use the term. In fact, I'd even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, High Priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this.
Hold it!
Guests? And you were entertaining them personally? That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guests could corroborate his alibi. It can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you misremembered. Ha! Do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry. He's pretty thin-skinned for a priest, though I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. I know! Dude, we just saw this. Ah, there's nothing better than enjoying gingle cuisine with their friends. That way, everyone's breath comes equally malodorous.
Hold it!
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than his Majesty, along with his family. He couldn't attend the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, evidently. Lady Amy's cooking simply cannot be beat. So there you have it. When exactly was His Majesty at your home? He was there from 2 to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealots was slain. Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Capture the Mouth. But I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home. My guess that they were his magistrate and family who visited 2 to 3 p.m.
Objection! Hold it!
Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure as can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off, or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table, and it had the exact same time as my watch. How do you understand, lawyer? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? His Majesty is a witness. Are you satisfied now? There's not a single discrepancy in Abbott Inme's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now hold on 1 second. Is there anything wrong with her High Priest's testimony? There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is? Well then, perhaps you could explain what it might be. He knew the time of the crime. After Abbott Inme was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zella was murdered. Now that you mention it, despite that you claim to have an alibi from 2 to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zella was dead. When you were still alive. Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. Why? We've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish the worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. Purge your mind of greed and bias. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Kurai in his prayer. Huh?
まどもさましで足し抜けたれがせよそのか
Abbot Inmi was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. What? You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top-secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it. When I was searching the rebel hideouts... there's something under the banner. Microphone? What's this doing here? Someone trying to record something with it? That was a listening device. It starts recording whenever it detects movement. I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. If you look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. Alright then. Bailiff. Yes, Your Majesty? You'll retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty. Power of Kindest Prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Inmi to continue with his testimony. Very well. Ta-da! I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an old altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by a haunting silence. I have to find some way to attack his alibi. Only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. Seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the High Priest was a rebel, he was still a Karainist holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth.
Hold it!
You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime? Indeed, my wife Belieb was treating them to her wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day? Why yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So the judge never saw Mrs. Inmi? I should have Abbot Inmi add that to his statement. Should I? Okay. Let him add it. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. My wife Belieb was in the kitchen cooking the entire time.
Hold it!
What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured Hatid Supais and Meltemot. They are both traditional Karainese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes. Exquisite zest of fountains and then Lady and Me's cooking it. That day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now, once His Majesty and his family had left, when I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling.
Hold it!
You heard everything from the recording? Indeed. Each night, I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secrets. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of aesthetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain the situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing Koreanism improves your hearing. Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. One can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why, the warbird over the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break.
Hold it!
Hold on. Are you sure about those voices? Is it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. But perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove? I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and climb up. Now, I will continue my testimony if I may. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by haunting silence.
Hold it!
A loud noise? I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot must have felt so heavy. It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over.
Hold it!
You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Yes, the sound, no doubt, was poor Zealot's death as well. It's poor Zealot's death now. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. So she said, I had high hopes for that young man's future. Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now? Mr. Wright, do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight it can be. This isn't going so well. I'd better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abedini. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after his registry left? Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body? It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it. Anything else incriminating? So when you saw the rebel hideouts, it looked like it does in this photo? Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day. So the stone slab had been put back in place. Mr. Wright, is it not the time to concede defeat? No, wait, I just need a little bit more time. If you insist. Okay, it was entertaining this registry and his family when the crime occurred. My wife, believed, was in the kitchen cooking the entire time. I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash, poor Zealot, as it felt so heavy.
Hold it!
There were some changes in both the testimony and the evidence. That means there could be a variable exists. Got to find it, or he returns to the Twilight Realm.
Objection! Objection!
Can't find any consistency in there. Maybe I overlooked something important. That one statement doesn't seem right. I can't put my finger on it. Better look at the evidence again, too.
Objection!
Yeah, I thought so. But when I looked at it the first time, I thought it was that, but then I wanted to check through the rest of the evidence just to be sure. It must have felt so heavy. Why do you think you felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the warbot statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. And that is information only the real killer could have known. What the hell? I definitely saw it that time. I got the High Priest's spirit shaking in his boots, or should I say sandals. Need to remind you, evidently was with his Majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi preludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed. Something only the killer would know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Trying to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because... He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. Of course, that makes perfect sense. So tell us, who's the real killer? It's gotta be someone close to the High Priest. Someone without an alibi.
Take that!
Why can I not skip? Dude, come on. Wait, I'm stuck here?
Take that!
Wait, that makes no sense. Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inmi at all, did you? No, I never saw her, but... What does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? No, we were talking the entire time. And the food was brought right to the room sent your way. So the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. Inmee might have killed the Acolyte Zealot.
Objection.
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No. You can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inmee could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection.
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel?
Objection.
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. But are you suggesting that Mrs. Inmee killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. Yikes. You claim my wife is that rebel-hunting Lady Kira? And that she blew both Zealot and myself? Blew my lovely wife? That is utterly impossible. I've never seen the priest so angry. It is as Abbot Emmy stated. And the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece of this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Emmy. Your wife, Lady Inmee, killed you. Yet even now you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd! It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira. We were blessed by their holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Ah, I completely forgot about that. That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly? You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Inmee. What? Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say, the power. Power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. Then you have figured it out as well, haven't you? May I ask you to explain this to the putrid-brained lawyer? Certainly, but I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as how my affair is that murders Lady Kira. Well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. Ah! Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirits. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. But... do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I'm a living, or shall I say, dead proof of her terrible power. Maya's ability to channel spirits has come back to haunt her. Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, Defense? No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? She didn't know her face. Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit. We need her face.
Objection!
The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within. Abbot in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. What nonsense! Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira.
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel spirit. It can't be! Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my! Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading all about in the paper? Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think! The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Mrs. Henry was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. Mr. Arbel is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. It leaves us with... one thing you know you have to say something about. The one where you know you have to say something, I can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot until something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. Is it...
Take that!
It has to be him, right? Rite Zealot. What is this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace! I say peace! The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I've whittled down the list of suspects until there's only one left. But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim? Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, neither was Mrs. Me, or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Kira is this.
Take that!
This is what proves that Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd! What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadmati. You stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira. And the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning letter anytime he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Are you saying Lady Kira is not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded on the assumption that Lady Kira is behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Inmi, and there's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Inmi is a rebel? Fiend, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife? Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul.
Objection!
Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger in my victim's prints, and the dagger with my client's prints on it, wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the plumed Punisher theme that you heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all of the evidence linking her to the crime has been called into question. Was Lady Inmi a rebel, and did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel? And was the accused the Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? So that's it. What's gotten into him? Abbott in me, just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the plumed Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed. We leave the alarm switched off at all times. In that case, I'm sad to say that the defense's claim does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening. Not now. Do another frickin' shake of the head, I dare you, frickin' asshole. You should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer. I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to. that Plume Punisher theme song Acolyte Zealot heard in his final moments, I too heard it by way of listening to certain place. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of a dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Avid Immu was channeled. Oh, right. Well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Miserable wretch. That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. Check the clock, you will see that the alarm is, in fact, switched off. What do I think of it? What a fine item. And the switch, if I'm right, we set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched in my mind. They went. Daga don 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 don. Distinctive taiko drums in the intro? That was the Steel Samurai theme!
Objection!
Now hold just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes? The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is? Still you writhe in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul, writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now all I have to do is pick the right one. There's no taiko drum.
Take that!
This is what is inconsistent with the statement. My client's plume Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? It plays the Plume Punisher theme song. And here it is. Theme to the Plume Punisher, warrior of New Twilight Realm. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plumed Punisher theme song. That's what I said from the beginning! It was the Steel Samurai theme! I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it if not the Plumed Punisher theme? In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard the Steel Samurai theme. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plumed Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moment was the theme of the Steel Samurai, warrior of New Old Tokyo. Mr. Wright, what is the Steel Samurai of which you speak? Steel Samurai, warrior of New Old Tokyo, is an action hero show from America. The Plume Punisher theme is a total is very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could have easily mistaken the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that they accuse us in the secret hideout. It isn't. Actually, no. You have it backwards. But backwards? That's right. Miss Faye met an avid Plume Punisher fan here in Karine. And as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plume Punisher strap. And this avid Plume Punisher fan is the one who killed Acolyte Zealot? Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife. Believe in me.
Objection!
Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath. Oh, I'm prepared. Turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. Very well then. Please present your evidence, if you would, defense. The evidence that proves Mrs. Imi was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is this. There it is.
Take that!
It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Imi and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters.
Objection.
The family photo? And what exactly should we be looking at here? Proof that they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here.
Take that!
Look at Mrs. Imi's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, said Imi. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap, and Mrs. Imi had the samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Imi was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, Your Majesty. Be not deceived by the defense's lawyery chicanery. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have to say up his sleeve? There's a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid it is there, alright. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie, after all. Heh, says the dead lawyer walking. He who is narrow of vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. Or if it is that you said, and Lady Inmi, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira, then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the High Priest was slain. Ah, that means the High Priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Ah, how could I have missed that? So tell me, who are we going to say killed the High Priest now? Do you finally understand? The sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the High Priest's murder. You mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the trial room long ago. I'll let it go, and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through, and figure out who really killed the High Priest. Okay, here we go. I love this. Like, I love this whole thing. The Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira. He couldn't have killed the High Priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? spring was stained red before the rite. Yeah. Oh right, Maya said the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the rite for spring. Spring was stained red by Zealot's blood. That's right, Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite. And his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second, the High Priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had arrested on the spot. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then? He wanted to keep the hideout secret. He reported Zealot's murder. Authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the rite, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rite? Did he want to... Did he want to kill Maya? But he had any number of other chances to do that. The fact that she's still alive must mean he wasn't out to kill her. He used the Rite to cover things up. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. And how was he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. It was... Haru's death was a suicide. I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? What's this? The High Priest committed suicide? I've never heard anything more absurd. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life. But have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? Ah. After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was flushed into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused, Maya Fey, could have done that. It is as Prosecutor Sadmari says. Your claim is rather poor in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. You're right. The dagger was impaled with Zealot's body. Impaled in Zealot's body. But his body had been placed in the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite. But what if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the Inner Sanctum. Of course, that's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life. But no weapon was ever found at the Inner Sanctum. Yeah, because it was the statue, you nincompoop. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real murder weapon? I've got nothing, but I know there had to be some... Yeah, because it's the statue! This is what really killed the High Priest.
Take that!
What really killed him has been at the Inner Sanctum all this time. And this lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right. It was the Warbot statue. You believe that a statue claimed both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in, Aberdeen me? No, he lies. Pay him no heed. Why, it's... Lady in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Believe, no. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Aberdeen me. Let your wife speak. Now, Lady in me, please continue if you would. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon. Time my husband conducts his daily prayers. And the time Purai was slain. That sound, it's the Steel Samurai alarm. I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband. So I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this. No, stop! She knows not what she speaks. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. Abbot in me. Bailiff, summon a physician at once. The physician is now attending the High Priest, so there is no need to fear. Now, let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Inmi, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite, during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare for Death's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared? Yes. Rye was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel? I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Inmi. So the true identity of the rebel hunting lady Kira was Purai Zealot? Yes. He was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice. The secret police? And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder. Heh! Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve. So I'd watch it if I were you. Because you got a defiant attitude. Like one of them dragon dupes. The trick up Minister Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira. No, this can't be. My father would never. This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafa. This explained why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Cry and his clergy members receive. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police? That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But this cannot be. Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder? Peace. Now, Lady Amy, please continue. Her eyes suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur. Allow me to take it from here. Evidently, are you sure you're alright now? I'm sorry you had to see that. But you need not worry about me. I am already dead. Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then, I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion, and I inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at that time, where it was before the prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It is perfectly possible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time, after all. So you admit you tried to pin this crime on my affair? Yes. This was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, or surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Face fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the warbed statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life, to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Sadmati, as one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system. This is Inri's crime. Your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life.
Take that! 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 Take that
Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Inme's killing of the Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That is why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on my FA. I failed to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Khura'in, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. High Priest wanted to frame Miss Faye as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbird statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Faye was the rebel-hunting Lady Kira. But, are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence? Forgive me, your benevolence. But it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps. But I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the DCA. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom. It has all been... Poor Rafa. She's really taking this hard. But I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you and Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty. Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your benevolence, it is time that I return to the trial realm. Magatama parting, if you please. Very well. Your benevolence, please allow me the honor. Yes. It would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Mrs. Inme. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love. But now you can watch over me from the world beyond. Yes, always and forever. And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. Farewell, my darling toast. Dang. Okay. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya! I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh. Well, what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love and a great tragedy born of the DCA. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial, with respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused, Maya Fey, and her defense, Phoenix Wright. Yes! So I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, it even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the protect the status quo, or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kara were here, I wonder which side she would take. No benevolence. Huh? What? I was, just wondering. Are you alright? Quiet, you! How could I possibly be alright? Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me? Trampling my insights underfoot, and plunging the whole of justice into utter chaos! You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel! Ooh, that was a bit more extreme than usual. What am I to do? I had always believed that communing with the victim's Mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I'm left now with a heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Reifa. Perhaps I'm not worthy of hearing the voices of Mitama. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. What? Maya? How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was a spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's sacred art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Is this not a cruel joke? The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider? Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? It is worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk like that. Huh? Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of royal priestess? People of your kingdom believe in you, but if you really mean all you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so that I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. Seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's alright, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. Future queen and future village master? I guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, your benevolence. Barbed head? Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You've played an important role in ensuring that justice was served. Besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Capability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that's the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule the kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I am even up to the task. Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable. I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. What the was... Came from the hallway. Smoke, we'd better go check it out. Hurry! Is this in me? Mr. Wright, Acolyte Faye, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love and for my dearly departed husband. Lady Inmate, we gotta hurry. That voice, is that Mr. Abel? I must tell the people. They must learn the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under the odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. Hey there, PW. I wish we had time to talk, but... Dirk, everything's ready. It's go time. Dirk? Wait, was that the rebel leader Dirk? After him! Don't let him get away! Power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. Hey Nick. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thoughts, but I just got this great idea. What is it? It's Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make it for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Plume Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. Dude, that felt like an ending to the whole game. Like, what the hell? There's still a couple loose threads, I guess. Turnabout storyteller. Okay. We'll continue with episode 4 probably tomorrow. I'll see though. I still have a lot of work to do, so. Either way, I hope you all have a wonderful day or whatever it is. And I'll see you guys later. Bye.